Sounds like fun. Maybe we should do that for Jacob's backyard. Be sure to post your results on the website so we can see what you found.
Will do, and let us know about the animal population in your preserve.
Goodbye from Carroll City Elementary School in Miami, Florida.
I'm not sure that Jacob will want to know the population of critters in his backyard.
Probably not, but at least you have an idea of how to find the size of a population.
I wonder how Jacob's doing. Maybe I should go see if he needs some help.
Well, this will take some time to dry.
Have you heard from Jacob? I wonder if he's working in his backyard.
No, but Kaylee's report on populations was very helpful. She's almost done all of her work to earn her badge. All she needs is to find out about an endangered species in our state.
I wonder if there's one in Jacob's backyard.
I think everything in Jacob's backyard is endangered.
I know, but if we could find a species that his backyard could support, maybe we could help Kaylee.
That would be awesome.
Let's go to the problem board.
Good idea. So what do we know?
We know that animals belong to the animal kingdom and are divided into two separate divisions.
Right, vertebrates and invertebrates.
We know that animals have basic needs and that they will migrate to find new food sources.
We also know that animals reproduce based on the amount of food available and the right conditions.
That's why populations will vary so much.
So what do we need to know?
We need to know what makes a good habitat.
We also need to learn more about how habitats can help endangered species.
So where do we go?
Mr. Moda mentioned that Dr. Brenninger studies and protects the wildlife at NASA Kennedy. I'll see if he can help.
Great. Since we're going to be creating a habitat that can support wildlife and possibly even an endangered species, we'll need to know what makes up a good one.
Exactly. Here's Dr. Brenninger now.
Hi, I read your email and I understand that Jacob wants to turn his backyard into a nature preserve.
Yes, but we need to learn more about habitats before he does.
What exactly is a habitat?
It's an area with specific habitat features that allows a specific species to survive. For example, this area has low trees and a sparse tree canopy and is called scrubby flatwoods.
So what makes a good habitat?
Lots of things. Habitat should provide enough food, shelter, and protection from predators. When all these things are present, animals can produce enough young for their population to survive.
Does a species ever produce too many young?
Yes, and that makes the habitat overcrowded. In fact, some animals will leave and find less crowded areas, while others will stay but will produce fewer young.
So the size and health of a habitat can determine the population of a species?
Exactly. Each individual or family of animals needs enough habitat to survive. Depending on the amount of food, water, and shelter in a habitat, only a certain number of individuals can be supported. If the habitat cannot provide for a large enough population, the species faces extinction.
What do you mean?
In a species, there are years when there are more deaths than births. There are also times when the habitat is disrupted by disease, fire, and storms.
But won't they just reproduce once the habitat is restored?
If the disruption causes the population to decrease, then the probability that enough individuals will survive to reproduce is less likely.
How much habitat does each species need?
That varies among species. Florida scrub jays need about 25 acres, and they're very territorial.
What is territorial?
Territorial means that they claim a specific area their own. If other scrub jays try to live in their area, they will defend it.
I never thought of birds defending their home.
Scrub jays live within the same territory with their mate for life. Their young also often stay with them for many years.
So how are habitats destroyed or disrupted?
Fires and storms regularly can change habitat but seldom destroy them. Humans, however, regularly destroy habitats to build houses, and grow food. They also disrupt natural processes such as wildfires.
Why is fire so important?
Fires keep the shrubs low and add nutrients back into the soil.
How do you help NASA protect the environment?
I use field studies, remote sensing, and computer models to study animal populations and their habitat. I then advise NASA on how to take care of the environment.
NASA sure is concerned about the environment.
That's right, and we want to make sure that endangered animals such as scrub jays are around for a long time.
Thanks, Mr. Brenninger. This has been helpful.
You're welcome, and good luck on your nature preserve.
Wow, I never realized how difficult it was to protect habitats and endangered species.
That's why it's such a great idea to create a backyard habitat. Just think of what you can do to help animals.
Do you really think we can actually help an endangered species?
Well, we can try. In fact, now that we've done the research, we may be ready to start learning about protecting animals in the backyard habitat.
Great, I hope we can help.
So what's up? Will the treehouse detectives find any endangered animals in Jacob's backyard? Will Kaylee get her Girl Scout badge? What else should the detectives do to help Jacob get a certified habitat? Find out in the exciting conclusion of The Case of the Zany Animal Antics.
Be sure to look for answers to the following questions. What criteria are used to classify an animal as endangered? What is exploitation? What are the 3 levels of endangerment? How many breeding pairs of bald eagles are currently in the U.S.?
That's awesome.
I know. I never thought it could happen, but I may have actually discovered a species that we could help.
Are you sure it's an endangered species and that we can help?
I think it's endangered. I'm not sure exactly. Did you get any information from NASA about how to determine if a species is endangered?
No, but I did get a lead. Dr. Brenninger works with lots of NASA researchers who work with endangered species. I'll try to contact him.
Good idea. You know, it's strange, but I never thought I could actually help out an animal, possibly even an endangered one, in my own backyard. It's kind of cool.
Yes, but you're getting ahead of yourself. First, we need some more answers. Here's Mr. Scheidt. He works with endangered species at NASA Kennedy. Hi, Mr. Scheidt.
Hello. I understand you want to learn about endangered animals.
Yes, but we're not even sure how we know a species is endangered.
The Endangered Species Act says that any species that is in danger of becoming extinct throughout all or a significant portion of its range can be classified as endangered.
What kind of things cause animals to become endangered?
Loss of habitat is one way.
We learned that an animal's habitat is very important to providing its basic needs.
That's right. If an animal's habitat is greatly altered, reduced, or destroyed, it can have a significant impact on the species.
We also learned that in addition to fire and storms, people have a big effect on an animal's habitat.
Yes, human impacts can have serious effects on habitat. For example, water and/or air pollution can restrict plant growth or harm a habitat. Exploitation is another way it can endanger a species.
What do you mean by exploitation?
Exploitation is where a species population is reduced to a point that it cannot reproduce fast enough to sustain itself.
How are animals exploited?
Take the manatee, for example. In the 18th and 19th century, they were hunted extensively for their meat, fat, and tough hides, which greatly reduced their population. Currently, residential and commercial development along the coast has also degraded their habitat, thus decreasing their population.
Sort of like what happened to the buffalo in the plains. They were hunted until there were hardly any left. But I think they're making a comeback. Are there levels of endangerment?
Yes, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has 3 levels. Endangered is the most severe. Threatened is when a species is likely to become endangered within the foreseeable future throughout all or most of its range. And last are species of special concern.
What's that?
It's when a species may need a conservation action. This usually means periodic monitoring of the species population or its habitat.
Do most become threatened or endangered?
No, not always. Sometimes, if we become aware of the problem early enough, we can remedy it before the species gets to that point.
How many animals are on the endangered species list?
There are over 900 species of plants and animals on the list.
How many are there in NASA Kennedy?
Kennedy Space Center is actually home to 10 endangered species. Of course, these species aren't endangered due to the Space Center, but are actually protected by Kennedy Space Center since it is so large and covers so many different types of habitats. Did you know that only 6% of the Space Center is used for space launch operations?
And the rest is Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge.
That's right. We not only have programs to protect these species, but we also conduct research to aid in their recovery.
Do you ever have to rescue animals?
Yes. Sometimes when we encounter an injured or distressed animal, we do our best to stabilize the animal until a rescue team arrives.
Who helps you rescue the animals?
We work closely with state and federal agencies, along with private organizations such as SeaWorld. You may want to go to SeaWorld and talk to Dr. Beth Chittick, a veterinarian that works with the SeaWorld Rescue Program.
Thanks, Mr. Scheidt. This has been fascinating information.
You're welcome.
SeaWorld Rescue Program. Sounds awesome.
Yes, it does. And it sounds like it's right up RJ's alley, since he's still down in Florida.
You send him an email while I go check on our endangered species.
I hope you know what you're doing, Jacob.
Remember, this is me we're talking about.
I'm here in Florida with Dr. Beth Chittick, a veterinarian who works at SeaWorld. She has a real inside scoop on why SeaWorld rescues and rehabilitates animals.
SeaWorld is committed to wildlife conservation. Our rescue programs allow us to help animals and also learn more about them at the same time.
What kind of animals do you rescue?
The 4 main animal groups we rescue are sea turtles, aquatic birds, manatees, and dolphins.
What about an animal injured by natural causes?
We rescue those animals that are sick or injured or who need medical attention in order to survive, regardless of the cause. For example, sometimes manatees become cold stressed in the winter, which is natural, but we would still attempt to rescue them, especially since they are endangered.
So if a manatee or dolphin is sick enough to be rescued, what do you do?
We mobilize our crew and equipment and head to the site where the animal is located. We approach it slowly and encircle it with a net. We then pull that net into the boat and transport the animal to our rescue vehicle.
Do you treat an animal right away, or do you wait until you get back to SeaWorld?
If the injury is minor, the animal can be treated and released. If the animal is more seriously sick or injured, it receives a full exam during transport, and if any initial treatment is needed, we give it right away.
What happens to the animal once it arrives here?
We're a lot like a hospital. Once an animal arrives, we do tests such as take blood samples and x-rays to help us determine what's wrong with the animal. Once we know what the problem is, then we can devise a plan to treat it.
So when the animal gets well, it gets to go home?
Yes. Once it is rehabilitated and ready for release, SeaWorld works with the appropriate government agency to determine when and where to release the animal, usually as close as possible to where we rescued it.
What about the animals that can't be rehabilitated?
It is our goal to release all rescued animals if possible. However, if an animal's injuries keep them from being able to survive on their own in the wild, we would either keep them here or find them another home.
I know you can't save every manatee that's sick or injured, but you do save a lot of them, right?
Yes, we have rescued 324 manatees and released 121 back into the wild.
Mr. Scheidt at NASA Kennedy says that sometimes NASA works with SeaWorld to rescue animals. Do you work with any other organizations?
Yes, and you should meet Miss Jenny Bush. She is president of our SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund and can answer that question for you. I think she's working with one of the eagles today in the park.
Hi, Miss Bush.
Hi, RJ. This is Maddie. She's from the Audubon Bird of Prey Center. She fell out of her tree when she was 5 weeks old.
Is she okay now?
Maddie is okay now, but after 8 months of rehabilitation, she was deemed non-releasable, so she trains here at SeaWorld to become an animal ambassador.
Aren't bald eagles endangered?
Bald eagles are a great success story. Just 50 years ago, they were very endangered, but now through conservation efforts and awareness, there are over 7,000 pairs, and they're protected.
Wow, that's a lot of eagle families.
It's a great story to tell, and we hope in the future that we can help many more animals just like the bald eagle.
How will you do that?
Through the efforts of the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund.
What exactly is a conservation fund?
Well, the fund is a nonprofit organization that helps to grant monies to other organizations like World Wildlife Fund, National Wildlife Federation, to go towards projects like conservation education, habitat protection, species research, both marine and terrestrial, and rescue and rehabilitation.
What kind of research do you do?
Well, the SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund grants monies to many different projects in the field, from protecting black rhinos in Africa to protecting coral reefs in South America. Our 5 zoological parks participate in research as well, from creating a better flotation device for ill manatees to also learning how killer whales communicate.
I learned a thing or two about taking care of animals this week at Adventure Camp.
Well, I imagine it hasn't been as easy as you thought it would be.
That's for sure. It's definitely a career I'm interested in learning more about.
Yes, working with animals is very rewarding. You should try the marine mammal keeper experience here at SeaWorld.
That's great. Sure sounds like you're committed to helping the animals and the environment.
Yes, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have been environmental stewards for over 40 years.
Thanks, Ms. Bush. This has been great.
You're welcome, RJ. Enjoy the rest of your time at camp.
All right, thank you.
Bianca, did you get RJ's report?
Yes, it has all kinds of information on how injured and endangered animals are taken care of. He's getting really good work done.
Yes, it is all coming together.
What's coming together?
Well, you know how Catherine wanted to protect animals.
Yes.
And Kaylee needed to protect an endangered species to get her wildlife badge. And it was your idea to turn my backyard into a habitat.
Thank you. Yes?
Well, it all just might work. I've got to go to my house and get Tony and Catherine, and then we're going to Mr. Cutchin's to meet Kaylee.
Who is Mr. Cutchin?
He has an official backyard habitat. Dr. D is going to meet us there to give us an idea of what goes into an actual habitat.
That's great, but how does all that relate to endangered species?
Kaylee built a bat house for eastern big-eared bats, but she has no place to put it. Well, they are endangered, and it turns out my backyard is in their range.
Jacob, that's great. You've helped Catherine and Kaylee.
Yes, but I have one obstacle left. Can you check my email?
Are you expecting official notification for your yard?
Sort of.
All you have is a letter from your mom.
What's it say?
One word. Okay.
Yes! I've got to go.
I'll never understand him.
Wow, Mr. Cutchin has a great backyard habitat. Look, he even has a cool plaque indicating he's certified by the National Wildlife Federation.
You have to provide food, water, shelter, and a place for animals to raise their young if you want to be certified.
That makes sense. That's the list of animals' basic needs.
The habitat also has to be managed to conserve soil and water. We have a lot of work to do to get your backyard up to this level, but it'll be worth it.
Did you get your wildlife badge?
Well, I've done all my research, and I finished my bat house, but I haven't found a suitable habitat for it.
Is that your bat house over there?
Yeah, I brought it today so you could see it.
Cool. But it's hard to believe bats could fit in there.
Actually, that can hold up to 50 bats.
Hi, guys. Where are Tony and Catherine? Aren't they supposed to meet us here?
They're in my house, working on an observation area and fee structure for our habitat.
Catherine should keep him under control.
I'm sure she will. Okay, you've learned a lot about vertebrates and invertebrates. Look around and tell me which animals you think this backyard habitat will support.
That's easy. We know there are 5 types of vertebrates, and I bet we could find one of each in this backyard.
Right. I bet there are lots of birds. Mr. Cutchin told us these flowers attract hummingbirds.
And that bird feeder and bird bath should help attract migrating birds.
And those nesting boxes provide a place to raise young birds.
That looks like a squirrel house. And these logs and bushes would provide good shelter for rabbits. Those are both mammals.
Frogs are amphibians. I'm sure we'll find them here.
And don't forget reptiles. We might see a snake, lizard, or turtle.
There aren't any fish, but that might happen in a later addition to the habitat.
Don't forget the invertebrates. I'm sure the Annelida phylum will help the garden.
Oh, you mean earthworms.
And I know we'll see lots of insects, which are arthropoda, like beetles, ladybugs, flies, and mosquitoes.
You've learned your lessons well. So why are backyard habitats so important?
Loss of habitat is the #1 threat to wildlife.
And increasing the habitat increases the populations of animals. You know, the carrying capacity will go up.
And they are beautiful. I mean, they are great for thoughtful reflection.
Creating backyard habitats helps restore the balance of nature.
As you can see here, you don't need a big space to make a difference.
This is an excellent example of a habitat, but it does seem to be missing something.
Like what?
I don't see any special accommodations for an endangered species.
Well, neither does our habitat.
That, young Kaylee, is where you are wrong. In fact, you are the exact reason why my backyard habitat is going to be a success.
What are you talking about?
I had a serious discussion with my mom, and after a little extra yard work, I was able to convince her to let me put your bat house in my backyard.
Do you have bats in your backyard?
Not yet, but research indicates that over 50% of all bat houses are occupied, and I'm feeling lucky. I also spoke with your scout leader. Let me be the first to congratulate you on earning your wildlife badge.
What do you mean?
Well, I knew you had built the bat house, but you hadn't found a good place to put it yet. It turns out that my house is in the area where eastern big-eared bats live, So by placing your bat house there, you are providing top-notch accommodations for an endangered species.
Jacob, you're the best.
Yes, like I've always said, underneath this harsh exterior lies a peaceful, nature-loving.
Good work, kids. I look forward to seeing your habitat.
There's only one small problem.
What is it?
How can we help?
Well, I'm actually terrified of bats. Maybe I can move into the treehouse permanently.
Jacob, I don't think the treehouse is ready to support your species long term.
tnwildlife.org is your direct link to the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Log on for the latest information about hunting, fishing, boating, or wildlife watching right here in our state. You can purchase a license to hunt, fish, or register your boat right online. Check it out today at tnwildlife.org.
This week on Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll start off with warm water fly fishing.
It is so easy to figure out what to fish with.
A good long rod will help you do that.
Next up, the real secrets of the Carolina rig.
It's so important to get your bait up past it.
And we'll finish off with You Can Go Fishing, fall and winter.
Fishing often gets overlooked this time of year. The leaves have changed, the temperature's dropping, people are talking about deer hunting, duck hunting.
Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for some outdoor tips, tricks, and behind-the-scenes look at the work being done by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page. What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal.
When I was young, I saw somebody using a fly rod. And waving a rod back and forth and making that line throw the fly was just fascinating to me. Fly fishing is an art. It's a skill. It kind of reminds me of using a longbow or a recurve as opposed to a compound. It speaks to me and I like it. I like the artfulness of it.
You can fish a fly rod in the same place you fish conventional tackle. My favorite way is wading, but it's also effective from a boat or a kayak.
You know, one common misconception is fly fishing is only for trout, cold water fish, trout and salmon. You can fly fish for anything that swims as long as it feeds by sight. I mean, I've caught catfish, catch gar, smallmouth, largemouth. We've been over all that. You can catch anything on a fly rod. You know, when you're going out to buy a fly rod and reel, I tell everybody, get the best you can afford within reason. I do the same thing with my conventional tackle, or my archery tackle, or a gun. But a fly rod, they make all kinds, and they're not as expensive as people think. Yeah, you can go out and you can spend a ton of money. But the rod that I've been using, you can pick up used for about 20 bucks. You know, it doesn't have to be a giant to have fun. I mean, I'm a catcherman. I'm not much of a fisherman. I love to catch fish. And the different colors, this one's kind of a gold color. You know, they go from dark brown stripes to gold. They're just beautiful.
The best thing to remember when you're casting a fly rod is you're not casting a lure. You're casting a fly line. The line actually has weight. So it's a rhythm. It's not a whipping action. Your motion should be a 10 to 2 o'clock motion with your rod. You have to go fairly sharp with it, but not fast. It doesn't take much effort to cast a fly rod.
So, in today's world with the internet, it is so easy to figure out what to fish with. Remember, with a fly rod, all you're doing is imitating bait. If it looks like bait to you, it'll look like bait to the fish. And you can go to your big box store, you can go to your specialty fly shops, you can order stuff online, You can put it all in one box, and it doesn't take a whole lot of stuff. All these flies can be bought. This is a surface fly. It's called a popper, and this is just one style. A friend of mine tied this one. This is a minnow type fly. You can see that it wiggles. You can use this, and then of course a crawfish fly. You could go to a creek, to a lake, but really, you know, river fishing with a couple of these and maybe change a different color, catch all the fish you want. Little guy, bet it's a rock bass. Let's see. Bet it's a rock bass. No, it's a bluegill.
Quick tip, to get better with a fly rod, you gotta use a fly rod. And for me, that meant leaving the conventional tackle at home and forcing myself to fish with nothing but the fly rod.
I love water like this because we've got a fast run up ahead and a riffle, and yet you got deep water right here. So I'm trying to pick apart the edges of the deep, just off current where they could sit to dart out and get their food. And then as the water slows down back through here, they'll be hugging the bottom, be looking for stuff. The only time I really fish dead water or eddy water is if I see a bass, mainly a smallmouth, come in and push bait into here. They will corral them up against these weeds, and that's a great time to make a cast. It's always worthwhile to make a shot or two, but the main part of this hole, that's where we're concerned about. Look, when you're fishing in a river, everything in that river is eating aquatic insects, minnows, crawfish, or some kind of terrestrial like a grasshopper or cicada that falls in the water. Everything from bluegill, largemouth, smallmouth, sunfish, gar, everything eats that. So when you're imitating something like that, there's no telling what you're going to catch. You can't just say, I'm going to go out and catch only smallmouth, because you're not going to. You're going to catch all kinds of species. There we go. Feels like a decent one. If you're just bent on catching trout, you know, then trout's all you're going to be satisfied with. There you go. But heck, a smallmouth fights harder than any trout, pound for pound, that ever lived. Well, for that matter, a bluegill does. So if I can't get to a trout stream living here in Middle Tennessee, West Tennessee, even East Tennessee, you know, you put on a pair of shoes and jump in a creek where you're allowed to fish, and you go out and, I don't know, you catch 10 or 15 fish that day and you're by yourself. What could be better than that?
Hey, I'm Chris Ogle with Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. I'm a wildlife manager that works with non-game and endangered species. Did you know that Tennessee is part of a multi-state green salamander study? What's a green salamander? It's a small species of lungless salamander that's rare and elusive. It specializes in living in rock crevices and outcrops, and it's a salamander we don't know a whole lot about. So we're part of a multi-state study with several other states, working to learn more about its population dynamics, its genetic structure, and the diseases associated with the species. We're working with a professor from the University of Alabama at Huntsville, and then we're also working with a PhD student at the University of Tennessee. So we're about to wrap up this study, and we're learning a lot of good things about the population dynamics and genetics of this creature and adding to the knowledge base of the green salamander.
Hey everybody, Jason Holland with Jason Holland Fishing, and today we're going to teach you the real secrets of the Carolina rig. First, we're going to start with the rod and reel. So I've got a Cashin Elite Series Carolina rig rod. It's a 7-foot 6-inch rod. It is a heavy power with a fast tip. So Carolina rig, you want a good long rod so you can make long casts, especially if you're fishing from the bank. Get out as far as you can, get out where other bank fishermen aren't at, and give you the opportunity to catch fish when other people may not. So a good long rod will help you do that. Get Cashin fishing rods, 7-foot 6-inch rod. Also, we have that teamed up with a Lew's Tournament MB speed spool reel. It's a bait casting reel. And a couple things to key about on this. One, it's a low profile, so really fits your hands real well. We don't have those big, like if you remember those big Penn deep sea, what it felt like a deep sea reel, real big. Technology has continued to advance, and now they've got them down to a real small profile, fit your hand real well. The other key thing about the reel is look at the gear ratio. This actually happens to be a 6.8 to 1. So it is a good medium, middle of the road gear ratio, allow you to make good long casts with the reel and also give you plenty of line to get picked up every time you turn the handle. Something really important to pay attention to if you're in the process of purchasing a new reel. All right, so let's talk about the line that we've got on here. So right now we have got, if I can get it over here, we've got Sunline. This is the Sniper series, so Sunline Sniper. I've got a 16-pound test on this because I'm throwing a little bit lighter weight. You can go between 16 and 20-pound line. Is a really good ratio. If you're just getting into it and you're just getting out there, start with this smaller diameter. It'll be a little bit easier to cast, a little bit more manageable. So 16-pound line. And so that completes the setup to go out and Carolina rig fish. So let's tie the Carolina rig and show you what that looks like. And once we're done with that, we'll talk about where you're going to throw it. So you need a few components to start with. I keep mine in a little box. This is my Carolina rig box, and so I can keep all my stuff kind of organized, but you don't have to do it this way. You can just put it in your normal tackle box and just have a little section. But you're going to need a few key components. One, going to be your hook. This happens to be a Trocar 5/0 extra wide gap worm hook. It's a really good all-around hook. You can do a 5/0, a 4/0, even drop down to a 3, and all that means is it's just the overall size of that hook continues to shrink down based on whatever specific soft plastic that you're throwing. Again, match your hook to the soft plastic worm or crawl or whatever that you're throwing. You want to try to match that hook up. All right, so we talked about the hook. You're going to need a swivel. This is a Spro power swivel. I'm a big fan of the Spro products, but again, any good barrel swivel will work. You're going to need obviously a weight. This is a 3/4 ounce. It's called an egg sinker because obviously it looks like an egg. The reason why you want to use an egg sinker is that it actually comes through very well. So think about it. You're dragging this weight across the bottom and it's going to hit every rock, stick, log, whatever the case may be. Whatever's sitting on the bottom, you're going to run this weight into. And so this egg shape allows it, as it's coming across, say you're going to hit a rock, it allows that to roll over the rock. Say you're going to hit a stick, allows it to hit the stick and roll over. So the shape of the weight is really important. Now, if you use a bullet type, and here's one that I had left over, these will work. The bullet shaped weight, these will work just fine. The problem that you can run into is, we go back to that rock again and say because of the pointed, it has a tendency to hit and then dig in. Just because of that overall weight, point kind of like an arrow, makes it stick a little bit better. So again, these will work. They're brass, they're cheap. These work as well. I personally recommend the egg sinker just because it's going to give you that. You need a bead. A little tip about the beads. Use a plastic bead. They sell glass beads, and they sound real great. The glass does when you're hitting against this clacker. But the problem that you run into with glass beads is over time they will chip and crack, and then you know what happens when you get a sharp edge on glass, it's going to cut everything. And so you get a glass bead, it has a tendency, if you're not careful, it can cut and nick your line, which is what you don't want. And then you've got a noise maker. This is just a little brass clacker. So we are going to tie the Carolina rig, if I can say that. Hook wise, I'm going to go typically with the polymer knot. So all we're going to do here is we're going to create a loop. And it's going to be kind of hard to see, but I'll do the best that I can. So if you can see, we've created a loop. All right. So all you're going to do now is you're going to fold that, make a loop here. And we're going to take this tag in and we're going to go through the loop we just made. All right. So it's going to look like this. Now all you got to do is take this loop that you made and then run your swivel through it. Now, I always moisten it, and the reason you do that is so you don't burn your line. Good old saliva. And then there you go. Now you got your swivel connected. Turn around, snip off your tag in real quick. Now, got to talk about a leader. So, your leader size depends on really your scenario. Cleaner water, you want a longer leader. Dirtier water, you want a shorter. My personal, I like to go about, give or take, 2.5, 3 foot. So how I do it is I kind of just take my arm and stick it out, and that's my leader length. And then you can adjust as you need to, but that's a really good place to start. All right, so now we've got our leader line tied to our swivel. We're going to set that aside for the moment. And here's our main line coming off our reel. So we're going to start with our weight. All right, get our weight on there. Then we're going to get, you got one of two options. You can put a noisemaker clacker, and all that does is goes between the weight and the bead and just kind of hits against it. Totally up to you. Some people like them, some people don't. I thought, why not? Can't hurt anything. So the bead does two things. One, it gives that noise, but more importantly, what it does is it protects that knot that you're going to tie on here. All right, so now we've got, as we can see, we've got our weight, and we've got our clacker, and we got our bead. Now, all we've got to do is take our main line and tie it to our leader. So we're going to tie it to the swivel. All right. Now we've got almost our rig done. We've got our weight. We've got it down here, as you can see. Weight, our clacker. We got our bead. Our bead is really there to protect that knot so that weight's not banging against it, causing issues. And so when you throw it, this weight is going to drag on the bottom. And then what will happen is, here's our leader. That leader is going to float behind it. So as that weight comes through, makes a commotion, going to get the fish's attention, and then all of a sudden come slowly floating by will be your worm or your crawl. So we'll get our hook on here real quick. On the hook, I like to tie a Palomar on this as well. There is our hook. We can see here. Gonna make our loop again, like that. I'll bring this tag in through here, and we're going to run down through here, grab our hook. I'm going to pull all that tight. Get you over there. Now, cut off our tag in. Okay, now, here's our Carolina rig. We've got her set up. That goes down to a leader with our hook. Now, for the last piece, you got a couple options. One, you can throw a crawl type bait, which looks like this. Again, this is the Missile Baits D-Bomb. This is actually the baby D-Bomb, the smaller one. Got some appendages, got you a flap. We got a local company here out of Tennessee called Torrent Outdoors. They make a really cool product, and it is a straight tail worm that has got the ribs on it and gives a little action here at the tail. This is a great Carolina rig bait. Make sure you check them out. And then another one that I really like a bunch is from Missile Baits. Huge fan of Missile Baits, super soft. Is their quiver. This is the 6.5-inch quiver. It gives you that straight worm presentation, and then you got this tail here at the end that kind of just, as it moves through the water, really good and shake. So worms, great when it's cold, great when the bite's real finicky. You can 6.5. You can even downsize to a 4-inch, a 3-inch. It doesn't matter. Whatever you need to get bit. And if you drop down your plastic, make sure you drop down your hook size. And to finish out your Carolina rig, you're going to take your soft plastic, and this is a offset wide gap hook. You run it through right to where that hook starts to bend. All right. Then you're going to take it and push it out, and you're going to just keep threading it on up till you get to this right here at this little turn. So what happens is, you just keep pushing your worm, run it all the way through, and then make that turn. And what happens, your hook, see a little bend right there? That actually holds this piece of soft plastic on your hook. That's why that bend is so important, to get your bait up past it. Then, what you'll do is you'll look and see, okay, here's where, this is how I do it anyway, here's where the hook needs to go in the soft plastic, basically the bottom of this hook. So I'll kind of pinch it there and then push it right through, come straight out the top. Got that? How it looks. And then from there, just keep threading it down. And what you want to do to make this completely weedless is you just want to barely skin hook top of that hook into your soft plastic. Now, as you drag it through rocks, weeds, whatever, completely weedless. And all you're doing, again, is burying that hook tip directly into your soft plastic. Something really important when it comes to worms, you want to make sure it's completely straight. And there's your finished product. So where you want to throw a Carolina rig is, great thing about them is that you got so much weight. If you're fishing from the bank or you're fishing from a pier, you're able to get this further than any other lure that you're going to throw, just because it's so much weight. So now you're going to get out deeper, and more importantly, you're going to get out to where other bank fishermen or other people that have been on the pier fishing, you can get somewhere that no one else has been able to get to. So it's a really great tool to give you opportunities to explore new water. So again, Jason Holland with Jason Holland Fishing, thanks for the TWRA for the opportunity to come along, give you guys some real secrets on the Carolina rig. Thank you.
Oh, it is a good one too.
Don't lose. Fishing often gets overlooked this time of year. The leaves have changed, the temperature's dropping, people are talking about deer hunting, duck hunting, but if you get a warm day, the fishing can be really good.
If it starts pulling drag, don't reel when it's pulling drag.
Okay. Oh, yep, it broke. It's kind of out in nowhere, and it's surrounded by beautiful scenery and trees, and the lake's beautiful, and the fish are plentiful if you can catch them.
Channel cat, Bedford Lake, one of the finest lakes I know of. Love it. Awesome. This one, like I say, is 25 and a half. I catch 4 or 5 a week like this, and I return most of them to this beautiful water. This is wonderful out here, especially this time of the year.
Awesome. Why this time of year?
The water's cooling off, and if you love nature like I do, the beautiful leaves.
In the wintertime, everything slows down. If you're fishing with artificial baits, you've got to slow that presentation down for the fish. If you're fishing with cut bait or worms or live bait, your presentation's already slow. So it takes a little bit of patience, but when that fish does bite, it gets exciting.
Ooh, nice fish.
There's a lot of opportunity in Tennessee. We've got major reservoirs, we've got smaller impoundments like here at Williamsport Lake, one of the TWRA lakes, and there's rivers and streams everywhere. It doesn't matter where you go, it's just the fact that the opportunity is there. Find a place near you, go to tnwildlife.org and go to our boating and fishing access page, and you should find a map there that will give you different locations that you can navigate to. He's gonna get me tangled up. Hey, come on here. What we got? What we got? We got us a little Cherokee bass. Ha ha! Yeah! Look at that. Hey, 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 hey. It doesn't take a whole lot to get into this. This is a small rod, a Zebco 33 spin cast rod. Doesn't cost a whole lot, maybe $15. And then I've got a small tackle box with a few hooks and sinkers and some floats. And it's just an easy way to go out and have a good time outdoors on a pretty day in the winter.
Coaching. Come, we're almost here. I fished in multiple states, the ocean, Great Lakes. I like it out here. It's quiet, and even though it's a family fishing lake, it's
there's not as many people out here as you would generally find at Percy Priest and whatnot.
It's a good fish. What do you think?
The fishing for me was exciting. I caught bigger and better fish than I usually catch, so it was fun.
Let go of my finger.
Oh, it's a little one. Oh, it's a little sun perch. Oh, is it a bluegill? So I've just taken up fishing again in the last year, or the last, 7 months. And I'm really interested in it, and I'm not very good at it, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to keep trying. It's a little one.
So if you find a good day this winter, take some time, get outdoors, wet a line, and enjoy some fishing.
Hey, I'm Jamie Feddersen, TWRA's Migratory Game Bird Program Leader. Did you know that Tennessee winters about 25 to 30,000 sandhill cranes every year? Sandhill cranes are a bird that's native to North America. There's several different populations. Some of them migrate, some of them don't. The ones that come through Tennessee are the migratory population. These birds live a long time. They can live 20 plus years. They're monogamous and they generally mate for life. The female will lay 2 eggs, but they generally only raise 1 of the colts to fledging, and both parents care for that young. These birds are omnivores. They eat a wide variety of food, plants, grains, invertebrates. They'll eat frogs, fish, snakes. They use uplands, they use wetlands, so they're a pretty versatile bird. Every year, about the 3rd weekend of January, TWRA hosts a Sandhill Crane Festival in Birchwood, Tennessee. I'd encourage you all to go out there and enjoy that festival. It's a really good time, and just get out and enjoy these birds and enjoy Tennessee's wildlife.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream. This legacy.
Hi, I'm Tracy Lawrence, just letting you know that the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency supports itself and manages all of the state's wildlife with the dollars invested by hunters and fishermen when they buy licenses. If you've never bought a license, but appreciate the abundant wildlife we enjoy in this state, I encourage you to do it. Start with the Type 01. It's a great investment in Tennessee wildlife. Learn more at tnwildlife.org.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
I call this meeting to order. Welcome everyone to the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee meeting. It's Monday, September 19th, 2022, and we have a quorum. So I'd like to ask someone to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, first item on the agenda is the Fall League request for a proposal. So we're going to ask a representative from each of the league proposals to come up and do your pitch, and then the board will have questions, and then we'll ask the next one. So will a representative for the Mid-South Ball League please come to the podium? State your name and address for the record.
Hey, I'm Felicia Mays. My address is 570 Blakemore Drive, LaVergne, Tennessee.
All right. And just do your pitch, and then when you're done, the board will have questions for you. And I don't have a 3-minute timer, so you're good.
Okay, awesome. Well, first question: have you all seen the bids yet? Do you
Yes.
have copies of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So that's pretty much. I mean, we've stated everything there. The most important part that I wanted to highlight, and I kept an electronic copy, trying to save paper here. So let me just pull this here. The Mid-South Ball League was formed this summer after our work that we did with the Tennessee Strikers. So they were the former league representatives for the city of LaVergne, and after their contract was pulled, a lot of us had worked together on the coaching side and the concessions, just all the people that we had pretty much pulled together decided that we wanted to continue to build what we had already started building, to grow it and to make it, something that the kids were proud of, that we were excited to go to. So we formed our league, and we sent in the paperwork to request all the changes. Michael and I talked extensively. Michael was the former president and owner of Tennessee Strikers. We talked extensively, and he agreed to step down and essentially just, let me run the organization. So that's what I've done. So I filed the paperwork. We've created a board. We, of course, have our plan in place, and the amazing board behind me, minus just a few people. They had football and cheer tonight. So these people are in our community. They are working with our kids already. They are in other sports, and they have vested interest here. They want to see something amazing happen. And I really think we had a great start to that last year while working under the Strikers, even though that had a bit of a tainted name. But Michael is no longer there. We have changed the name. I am now running the league, and our board is here to represent and, just cheer us on. So that was the biggest thing, is that we wanted to make sure anybody and everybody that was here representing the Mid-South Ball League was also vested in our community. We wanted to be out there. We have requirements for our board members to make sure they serve so many hours. We have plans in place to overcome some of the things that were problems last season. So I think that, with that said, we understand the importance of bringing something back that is respectable, is just something to be proud of for the city. I can go into detail. I can go through each slide, but you guys have it there. We're very excited about the possibility to serve our community, to build and grow something, and to continue to build those ties and strengthen them. So I think that's pretty much it.
Okay, I'm going to open up the committee for questions.
Course. So if y'all don't mind, I just had a few questions. So I'm looking at the request for proposal that the city of LaVergne, so you picked this up, or?
Yes, we
got
have,
email
yeah,
for it?
well, I don't have it, I have it electronically, yes.
Okay.
We have all the files.
So in your packet, I'm not seeing, so I was just kind of curious, just wanted to ask really quick.
Yeah, of course.
I don't see a number of forms that they asked to be included, as far as like your 501c3 status.
So we have, okay.
And
so-
bylaws and the rules governing your league, those type things.
Okay, so we have those all listed. So the rules governing would be our, the NSA and the BPA rules. So that's what we're gonna follow. Those are on the back slides. The 501c3, we included the EIN number. The 501c3 will have a confirmation attached as soon as we hear back from the Secretary of State. So it's been filed. It's just they said it can take anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks at minimum. I don't know how much longer, they're gonna take to have the name change and the, I think they list it as owner of the league. So all that is in there. The coordinating paperwork to that won't come in that says Mid-South Ball League until they have the approval. So we're running with the EIN number right now until we have that final back.
So you do or do not currently have insurance with your league?
We will have insurance as soon as, if it's approved, we have our sponsorships ready to be able to purchase the insurance and things like that. It's just, it can't be confirmed with I can't go in and give them the money to purchase the insurance until I know that we're actually going to file the league.
Gotcha.
So that's just all that is.
Okay.
Yes.
If I could just jump in there real quick, I think when this proposal went out, I think it was opened up to nonprofits and for-profits. I don't think it's 100% specified. So if that hasn't come through or in their process of that, I wouldn't put a whole lot of weight on them not having that at this point. I think if they were to file for a nonprofit and get that, I think that just makes things a little more manageable, or the oversight is there. So when we opened it up, it could be for either one. So
Gotcha.
I wouldn't want, don't base any decision on them not having that at this point.
So if I read this correctly, who writes up the contract? Would that be the city or would that be the leagues?
Well, we would come to some happy medium as far as games and tournaments and then present that to the board.
But I'm saying in the proposals.
In the proposals, the paperwork that they were to submit would give their outline of how many games, tournaments, fees, uniforms, stuff to that extent, age divisions, how they saw things moving forward in the future. As far as the contract goes, once it gets signed, we would hammer out the number of games and tournaments. Obviously, as a Parks Department, it'd be hard for us to grant 12, 18, 20 tournaments. It's just undoable for us.
Right.
So we would have to come to that happy medium between the organization and the department.
We did list a schedule in there, like a kind of just a synopsis of how we would run a schedule, based on the tournaments or based on our umpires and things like that. So just a quick little idea of kind of how we see it running. I do have my schedule coordinator here if you had additional questions about that. Each person has their own extreme specialty that we're working on, and that was something that we made sure that we were passionate about. Each of our board members have extensive and exclusive work, volunteer hours, or just event planning, organizing in each of the categories that they are over. So that is in there. Like he did say, though, we would be happy to go, back and forth and be like, all right, well, we could do this, we couldn't do this, as far as like tournaments and games and things like that.
Gotcha.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
One of the things, of course, I coached in the springtime.
You did.
Yeah. So one of the things that parents were questioning is why isn't the press box working? Because they would always ask, what's the score? The girls would ask, what's the score? And so, do you and your group have any plans to get the press box operating again so that we can have the signs
That is
out
on
there?
my list for, contract talk. What we were told when I came in there was that it was an advanced press box system, meaning that if you didn't really have training or know what you were doing, you could potentially ruin it, and it was a very expensive system. I don't know much about it. I know my fiance ran it a long time ago, so he was trying to explain to me if I really wanted to get up there and do it, he could walk me through it. I don't know much about it though, so that would be something that David and I would have to work together on to make sure that, the lights are good, because I know those are expensive, that, the boxes are running right, but we absolutely want to have that up. I think that's an important thing that I did push for when I was in there this spring, that I did not get leeway on. Not from Parks and Rec, we just didn't have the time or manpower to do it.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I was just wondering, we've got a few RFPs here, responses. What makes you different? I know you haven't read the other response.
Of course.
But what do you think makes you different?
My son has been playing baseball since he was 3. He will be turning 8 in February. I have been in LaVergne every season for baseball. I have seen it go up and I've seen it go down. When I was approached at the end of last year to potentially run, the leagues, it pulled on my heart because this is where we live, this is our community. Everybody wants to see something amazing happen here because we have great fields. We have great people to take care of those fields. They've always looked good, they've maintained standards, but if you don't have the right people in there, it can go downhill very quickly. And we want to see something that everybody is proud of. We want to build it back to something incredible and amazing. I was there for every game, most practices. Me and my kids are in there. Not to mention everyone on our board. And so to build something up from nothing and want to make sure it continues, so much so that, we reach out and make our own league, which something that none of us had ever done before. But we wanted to make sure that you all, as a city and representatives, know that we were serious about making it incredible, making it something that the kids are excited to see and things like that. So I feel that Mid-South Ball League will have an extreme vested interest in not only building up our league, but continuing to build community relationships and to have engagement with businesses. And I feel that there could be so much more trickle down in a good way if you brought us all in, because we are all here for the long haul.
And you've got skin in the game, right?
We do,
you
yeah.
got kids in
We do. We all have kids in there. If it's not nieces, nephews, our own children, if it's, kids that are our neighbors that we bring along each time, it's everything. So it's a lot of fun to see those faces every time and have the kids run up to you and be excited to see you and, just making sure that you have a true heart for what you're doing.
Okay, any other questions?
I've got one, and now I'll pass it over to Andrew. He may have some. As far as your umpires, are you pretty much staffed on those, or is that a staff that you've used in the past?
It is the staff what we used in the past. So have you met Randy before?
I have not. No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Randy is our UIC. He's the umpire in charge. And he has been at the games for as long as I can remember. He's the one that will staff the umpires under him, however many we need. I worked with him exclusively last season on the schedule to make sure that the schedule we put out coincided with the amount of umpires we needed, because some games, if you guys all recall, there's 12U teams that need 2 umpires. There's T-ball teams that don't, we don't keep score at all. There's, this and that. So we do have a UIC that is willing to come back. I've been in contact and in touch with him since the spring season. As far as getting additional ones, if you all had any leads, recommendations, anything like that, I could definitely pass on the information, because I'm sure, if somebody can't make it one time, that's whatever we needed to do. But we would definitely be open to making sure we had enough. But he's done a really great job at keeping us staffed last season.
And then I am not sure I saw this in either packet.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the sign-up fees for each league. Mm-hmm. And we're going to ask this of both organizations. Would you guys be opposed, or would you offer an early bird sign-up?
Yes, we will definitely. I want to say we took it like 90 or something. Yeah, it was $10 off to do that. We also have, if you recall in our packet, we also are doing a sponsor a child part. So part of our community organization and our sponsorship coordinators, when they bring in those additional funds, we will have a sponsor a child kind of thing, where if you've signed up and cannot pay your whole fee, we can pull from that pool, if you will, and cover the rest of that child's cost.
I do have a question. Mm-hmm. Since this is basically a new startup, do you all have a plan as far as equipment for the kids? Since
I
there's
retained all equipment from Tennessee Strikers. I took over the entire thing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because most kids don't have. Some kids don't come in that do not have gloves.
Correct. Yes.
Bats, helmets, balls, stuff like that.
Absolutely. So I have all the donated equipment that the Tennessee Strikers had on hand. I also have all the stuff that they purchased previous. Literally my name was put, in charge of everything. So I do have all the equipment. As far as anything goes, if we don't have enough for the kids, or if somebody can't provide one, we also have a plan to make sure that that they have what they need to be on the field. Last season, I had the coaches carry an equipment bag with additional bats, additional gloves, and additional helmets. Those were all donated items that I kept, make sure they were in each bag, and even if a child showed up and forgot something, that means they couldn't play because they didn't have the right equipment, well, that was crossed off the list. So they will do that again this season. I think it's important because if they don't have it and they're still there to play, then we're going to make sure they play.
So I see in the original packet, I was just kind of scrolling through here, there is a question, and I don't see it in your proposal, but there's like a list apparently that the city gave out of questions for each. And on number 18, it says, will you agree to pay the city's annual league fee use fee of $8,000 to cover the field maintenance costs, which includes field dirt, safe coat, conditioner, chalk, mayor mound, or any other field needs as required? As a new startup, is that something?
Yeah, and it does say that we have until the fall to make that, after the fall season, to make that payment. But yes, that is in our sponsorship coordinator already has people lined up to put a donation towards those payments. Yes.
Okay. And then apparently there's also tournament fees involved in here. So you think by the fall you would be, or spring, we are in the fall, that your
fall of next season, yes,
would be able to cover these things that the city is requiring,
yes,
or asking.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Felicia.
You're welcome. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to ask Universal Sports League, Inc. to come up. Please state your name and address.
I'm Julia Vestal, 103 Evergreen Cove in LaVergne.
Okay.
And
just do your pitch like what
I
Felicia
know,
did.
right? Okay, so Universal Sports League has been formed since 2007. We originally started with girls' youth volleyball, and we had no facility in LaVergne, so we do use the school, Rock Springs Elementary. And we also have been running basketball since 2010. So we have things in place as far as like some of the things that it had spoke about, grievance policies, sponsorships, taking care of fees, forming, the foundation of forming the league. So in this questionnaire with baseball, the experience that my board has is we have officials, and then we have our Universal Sports League already governing body that we have used for the past 15 years. So what we are proposing is that we will start with, you guys have the forms, but we want to start with the number of games, but we also want to increase as we hope that participation increases as well. And we want to, so we want to have the tournaments in order to be able to help out with the fees of the kids, help out with field maintenance, and then not have tournaments so that we can have the rec ball, so that all focus is on rec ball, all focus is on the kids, and then have in the off-season part of it, have tournaments, which that's just gonna help raise money, which will be put into the fields, put into whatever equipment for concessions, like you said, press box. I mean, if we need a fresh coat of paint, then we're gonna do that. We'll have some people out there to do that. And we have our org chart together with the number of people that we feel need to be like the governing body of the league. And let's see. Our focus is the kids, and we've done it for so long that we don't know any other way but to focus on the kids. And I'm glad we have a fence, because in basketball we don't, and I'd love to have one so that parents can be on the other side of that fence. But here's our officials staff too, Mid-South sports officials, and they're also part of our governing body. And I guess that's it. Do you guys have any questions?
I have the same question that I asked to Felicia about what makes you different than anybody else. I mean, what makes you stand out? Why do you think we should choose you?
Choose us because we want to be here for the right reasons, and that's for the kids. We are organized, and we're very detailed in our organization to where we are good with communicating with not just each other, but our coaches. And we have repeat coaches, repeat players, currently in basketball. Now, baseball is a different story. I did, at one time, coach with the former LaVergne baseball softball organization, so I know how their structure was and how it is now, and how we would like to see it back to some sort of substantial number of kids like that. Because there's kids in LaVergne, a lot of kids, on this side of the highway and on the other side of the highway, and that's the side that I live on. And we would love for all of them to come right here to LaVergne, not go down the street to Smyrna, not hating on Smyrna, we love them.
Right.
But we want our kids in LaVergne, because that's who they're gonna go to school with. That's who they're gonna see on a day-to-day basis. So that's what we wanna do, is just bring the community together, focus on the kids, and run a good program.
And I'm going to ask my question that I asked Felicia at the press box. I read in your proposal that you have plans to get the press box operational?
Well,
work on the equipment, or?
Sure, and I don't know what the equipment currently looks like, the status of it, how it was 10 years ago. Now I know about that equipment, and there was nothing wrong with that equipment. You just had to be trained to push a button. And you know how to keep score and know how to keep it right, and that's a good thing, because we are all about training, all about assisting everybody and making sure everything's covered. So it's not just let's send a little kid up in the press box to work it. No, that's not our rules. And I think in our rules we also have that people need to be 16 years and older, and that's just because that people will respond better to adults handling the business.
Okay. Any other questions?
We may have some equipment in the press boxes that's not operational, whether they're score panel heads or some of the scoreboards. We wouldn't expect any organization that comes in to have to repair that, so that would be the city's responsibility to make sure they're up and going once they come in. Yeah, we would have to take care of all that in-house, getting that repaired and getting new score units.
I just know it was really important.
Well, and it is,
so-
because a lot of, those things, if they stay plugged in and lightning hits anywhere, it's liable to run up that cable from the scoreboard to the
Right.
score head unit itself, so. And it's just simple stuff to overlook, to unplug this and unplug that and make sure everything's turned off, so. But as far as the equipment goes, we wouldn't expect either organization to come in and right off the bat have to put out money for score heads. We'd take care of that.
Yeah, I was just, I was wanting to know what their plans were to try and work with you all as the Parks and Rec Department to get the scoreboards operational, because it helps when the parent is there keeping the book, and then there might be a discrepancy between what, and then we can, talk to the umpire, and then, you can look up at the scoreboard also, so.
It would probably cause a frenzy when the score is not changing, and everybody's like, change the board, and it makes
Oh, yeah, that happens.
Well, I do know how to keep score, and I do
Yeah.
know the rules in the score is that
Yeah.
each team should keep their own book, and that the home team is responsible for the score.
Right.
And if there is a discrepancy, yes, we definitely want to solve that discrepancy. So,
Yeah.
but what's on the book not matching the board, that would just be somebody needing to
Fixing it.
yell up to the press box, hey, give a score.
Yeah.
No, that last score didn't run.
Oh, yeah.
That run didn't count because he got out over here. Yeah.
And it just helps with the parents also, instead of, them asking the person who's
Absolutely.
trying to keep the book, and then, got parents asking and stuff like that, so. And I appreciate y'all's answers on the press box and stuff.
Well, I think that would be all too in a matter of training, because
Right.
scorekeeping is not as simple and it's not as hard as people think. When you look at the book, it is overwhelming, and it can become intimidating to where no matter what you think you're going to, oh my gosh, look at this book. But once we break it down step by step, then it's relatively quite simple.
Right.
So, but as far as the press box, on a long-term basis, what we do want to do is be sure that all the equipment is running. So we want to, if we were to be granted the proposal, we want to start with the foundation and have some tournaments, raise some money, get that money into the fields, into the press box, into whatever needs to happen with the concession stand in order to get everything up and running so that we can function.
Okay,
Good.
and then just to clarify on tournaments, you stated they would be during off-season of the rec ball. So
Right.
there would be no scheduling conflict.
It would not be overlapping, so we would focus on the rec league for the duration of that, and then we would have tournaments prior to or after the rec ball season, so that we can raise money for operating costs and
Awesome.
keep those fees low,
Okay.
help those parents out. And I know the main thing that we need funds for is equipment. I mean, as earlier stated, there are kids that can't afford a baseball bat or a glove, and the glove is essential. We can
Oh,
always
yes.
borrow somebody's bat, but the glove's essential to have your own. And it makes a kid feel really good when they show up to the field and they got their own equipment. That's a little empowering to them, gives them that little bit of confidence.
Yeah, my grandson is in baseball in Nashville, so, yeah. And then I've coached, like I said, I've coached, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
I coached too,
Yeah.
girls fast pitch softball, big
No, not
girls.
that fast,
Because
no.
when I was here, we had the girls up to age 17 and 18.
Oh, okay.
So I had the big girls. and all that comes with the big girls.
All right. Okay, any other questions?
Andrew, you got anything?
I don't think so.
No, you guys have had the packets. I think everybody picked theirs up. So, you all have had an opportunity to look at them.
Yep.
So the recommendation that we take before BOMA is gonna be y'all's. You can look at both packets and see, obviously, that one provided more detailed information that was pretty much asked for in the RFP. So, we'll, if you guys don't have any more questions, I think where we go from here is, if you guys want to discuss it amongst yourselves or discuss it with us, and if we can shed any light on it, and if not, if y'all are ready to make a motion to recommend one of these organizations to go before BOMA for approval, then I think that's our next step.
Okay. Any other discussions? Do we want to discuss?
I don't think so. I mean, it's pretty laid out here, and we've heard what both have to say. I'm very impressed by both, and I am very appreciative of the eagerness of the community to come together to make sure that we can get this league up and running, and get the kids engaged.
Okay. Do we discuss amongst ourselves first before we make a decision right now, or do we make a decision just right now?
Well, that's, I guess.
This is our discussion right now.
Well, what we would like to have, what we would prefer is to have a recommendation from the Parks Advisory Committee that we can take before the Board of Mayor and Alderman at next Thursday's workshop, so they could approve one of these organizations at the October meeting. So whoever gets awarded it, that would give them time to start gearing up towards spring signups.
Right.
Okay.
And I think, I think the longer we delay, it's just gonna put whoever comes in behind the 8 ball that much more.
Right.
Okay.
Well, receiving both of these packets and speaking with everyone and going through and looking at the proposals, while I appreciate that you have electronic version, I would have liked to have seen it like what I have here. It's very detailed, it's very laid out as far as every single thing on the checklist is in here. There's attachments, and they're here. And I think we picked them up, I guess, right after the cutoff date on it.
Right.
So we've had plenty of time to go through and look at everything that the city asked for, everything that was submitted and sent back. And so, if y'all are ready, then I think, I would like to make a motion to recommend, what was this one again? Universal for the league.
Do I have a second?
I usually somebody wants to be.
Motion to
No, usually somebody beats me to it.
So I made a motion to accept Universal to take over the league.
Yeah.
So we need a second or not?
I'll second it. Sorry.
Sorry.
I just, like I said, usually everybody wants to beat me to it.
Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Favorable recommendation for Universal Sports League Incorporated to go before the Board of Mayor and Alderman workshop.
Yes, ma'am, we will have that submitted to them in the morning then.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for your time. You're more than welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. If not, we'll give y'all a minute to exit. Thank you all. Thank you all for coming out on a Monday evening. Okay. We're going to turn this over to Andrew for the Fall Ball Clinic.
So we held our first fall ball clinic last Thursday, and I believe we had approximately 75 participants. They all had a great time. We had 3 different baseball fields used and 2 softball fields at the back complex. I believe there's how many? 39 girls for softball. We had 6 6 to 12-year-olds, 29 T-ballers, and roughly 12 6 to 8-year-olds. So our next clinic will be held this Thursday evening at 6 o'clock. We still are accepting kids to come out and practice. It's going to be held for the next 2 weeks. The first week of October will be... The first week of October will be no clinics due to the fall break for schools, Rutherford County school system, but we will have it the week after that, and then that following Saturday, the 15th, I believe, October 15th will be the fall ball finale. We plan on kind of doing some pizza and ice cream for the kids, let them do a little scrimmage, so give them a good time. But yeah, we definitely had a good turnout. We are still accepting kids, so if they want to come out, we recommend anyone bring their kiddos out.
And we still have enough shirts?
We do. We had a bunch of kids that did not show up that had pre-registered, so we still have shirts, so we're good to go.
Yeah, I was out there with T-ball, and it was great. And then when I got done with T-ball, I walked over to the softball fields, and Sonny has them rocking and rolling over there. I was very impressed. So.
And we do want to thank Brent Turner. He's kind of spearheading our baseball side of the efforts. And Sunny, she's the coach with Rock Springs Middle. She's spearheading the girls softball, so we definitely want to give a shout out to them and appreciate their efforts.
And the volunteer coaches.
Oh, most definitely. That without volunteers, we could not even do it as a city. So
it was they were out there, and I mean, and it was when I walked around after the T-ball. Every field was active, and the kids were active, and the kids were engaged in. And I know that on T-ball they get distracted, so you would have to be a quick thinker with the T-ballers to keep them engaged.
Yeah, I needed to go home, take a nap after dealing.
David, you did awesome.
They'll wear you out, man. We found out, we scheduled it from 6 to 8. We found out about a little after 7 o'clock, T-ballers pretty much check out. So we tried to wrap that up by about 7:15. And about 7:30, everybody else on the baseball side was pretty much done. I think softball, they finished a little after 8. I think she may try to shorten that this week, just because 2 hours of nonstop is pretty tough on all them kids.
Mm-hmm. All right. But 2 hours is a good time frame because it lets the coaches and the kids focus on one thing like 15 or 20 minutes, and then they can go to something else.
Each field does have like specifics that they go over. We have a lineup each night. We go over several different sections, so hitting, fielding the ball, batting. So the kids are working basically on the fundamentals. So hopefully come springtime, they'll be ready to go for the new league.
Yep. All right. And it is, and just to reiterate, registration is still open, so go on and bring your kids out. Have some fun, a couple hours on a Thursday night, kind of wrap up the week. So, thank you. Old Timers Day Festival, Miss Kathy.
I guess I felt like it was a success. I guess it's on here for any other discussion on y'all's opinions, how you felt it went, any suggestions for next year.
I thought it was great.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I spent most of the day with the seniors, at their pavilion. So I felt like everything went the way it should have went.
I think there's a couple things that we struggle with as a parks department every year, and we haven't really figured out what to do to make that successful, or even if we can. I think one is the music. We've tried several different things. We've tried different acts, different genres, different locations for the stage. It's been at probably 4 or 5 different locations throughout the park, and the end result is the same no matter what the artist is. So we're kind of at the point right now where do we continue to throw money at something that we haven't been able to fix? And that's kind of like, we'd kind of like y'all's feedback on that, because I know y'all were at the concerts.
Mm-hmm. So you think it's not worthwhile right now?
I don't know. I don't know if it's worth.
What could we take our money, and it'd be more valuable to the citizens than spending money on music acts that are not well, I guess people don't come out and view them as much as we would hope, where could we put our money and create a better value for our community during Old Timers?
And kind of like the two, like Friday night and Saturday night, they were good acts. But like Saturday night was probably our bigger crowd, and to be generous, we probably had 200 people there. So we're kind of struggling with that because we don't understand, because those same acts will sell out downtown, Third at Lindsay or Hot Springs. They'll sell out 2 or 3 shows that are $40 a ticket, you know, and we're providing something free, and we can't get the people there.
So what is like the genre of, or the diversity of our music? It's all like, I know it was Journey, Fleetwood Mac, and Egomaniacs the last 2 years, or this year and last year. Maybe we don't need 2 nights of it, but what if we do like maybe R&B or Motown or reggae or something that because we have a really diverse city, right? We've got various.
We're at that too. You know, several years ago, I can't remember how many. It's probably been at least 5, maybe 6. That on that Friday night we kicked it off with a movie on the football field, and the field was packed on that Friday night. So we're kind of looking at different options because it's like we're just throwing this money away and nothing's sticking yet.
Right. I like the 2 different choices, like having a movie night and then a concert night. Because then you get the family, well, you get families on both nights, but I think we just need to kind of change it up a bit and see who's in our city and what kind of music do they listen to. Maybe we need some, you know, rap music and stuff, you know, who knows? If we can find, you know, a tribute band that does that kind of stuff. You know, or just not even a tribute band. It could be somebody's just their own music. You know, somebody up and coming. Who knows?
Yeah, I like the movie night on a Friday night.
I like that idea too,
because our movies in the park a couple of years ago. I mean, they were you know, packed. So you know, do an opening night and then a concert on a Saturday night. And I know that we were trying to look for a Motown or a Prince tribute band. Yeah. Maybe next year, you know, we look at that for a Saturday night type band. And then Chuck and I were talking, and when Old Timers Festival started, they had banjo pickers and stuff. Maybe not on the stage, but maybe see if they could be part of where the animal display and stuff was. See if they could,
various locations.
or you could have them, I mean, they're easy to walk, maybe have them walk and pick, you know, around in front of the vendors, you know, do something like that also, you know, just I'm pretty sure that there's probably some banjo players in stuff within the city of LaVergne that, you know, we could reach out to, you know, just something to bring back the old timers part of the event.
Well, just any string instrument. I mean, even if they just had a booth or something where they show the kids how to play.
Yeah, you could do that too. You know, just start kids out, you know, with an interest in an instrument too. You know, that sounds good.
So I wasn't really able to leave my tent, but was there a lot of people at the concerts that you put on during Old Timers or no?
I didn't see anything during the day. I was walking around.
Maybe we just let that go because people are more interested in the vendors and the food and not so much that.
Yeah,
maybe
I think we'd almost have to because the opening act at 11:30 was probably one of the better country acts that we have ever had up there.
I mean, I enjoyed all the music. Yeah. I mean, but I wasn't sitting out there, and I think part of it was too, you know, I don't like to be in direct sunlight.
Right.
You know, like that. And that's all there was just direct sunlight.
Yeah, I don't like it like that.
Yeah, so there's several things we're trying to rethink and maybe take a different direction on, and that's one of them. The other is probably the parade for us. It's gotten to be so large. I don't know if we have outgrown it. And it takes so much manpower. What people don't realize is there's just about every city department is taking place in that parade. So that's something else we want to look at. We don't know how to approach that. If we're going to continue with the parade, or are we going to start limiting the number? You know, we had 200-something horses in there.
Yes, I know.
That's an extreme.
I was kind of shocked by how many horses showed up.
Yeah. So I
there's
don't,
a lot of
you know,
horses.
that may be something for us over the course of the next couple of months to
What's
discuss.
hard about it? Is it just kind of keeping them in line?
I think we're just out of room and the
It's out of
manpower.
Oh, space.
And if we run into a wet old timers festival, it's almost impossible to have the parade because we do not have parking. We are virtually out of parking.
That's
Because
why
when
we
you
were
bring 200
dealing
horses,
with
when you bring
Christmas.
200 horses,
Oh, yeah.
you're looking at 40 to 50 dually
Trailers.
trucks with 30 to
trailers.
40
For
foot
them alone,
horse
yeah.
trailers, and we're already having to use the Roy Waldron School to park them, and so that's a difficult part. But when parents need to drop their kids off and stay, or they're riding floats, we do not have parking at City Hall, so that's one of our big issues there.
So maybe we need to
First come, first server.
find something new to kick off old timers.
Well, that or just limit the size of the parade, like you were saying.
Right.
Yeah, I don't
There's
know,
like
you
so
know, because
many
we turn
each.
around and we have the night parade at Christmas time, so do we want to keep both parades? Do we want to get rid of one and focus on the other?
I think I'd rather have the Christmas parade. If I had to pick, I'd rather have the Christmas parade because it's at night and it's lit up and you have Santa Claus. Whereas the other one,
Well, the festival has so many other components in that day, so.
right. And so, I mean, sometimes, you know, after you've sat through the parade, the people go home. They don't necessarily come to the park. So maybe we focus more on getting them up to the park and, you know, celebrating Old Timers Festival and not so much the parade.
Yeah, and the Christmas parade at this point is way more manageable for us as a department, and I would say as a city. It's nowhere near as large, and I don't ever see it drawing the 200 horses that Old Timers Day does. I just don't see
I
that.
wonder what the difference is for the horse folks.
So, I mean, that's something, you know, for you guys to think about over the course of the next month or
I
two.
wonder.
I mean, I will say Saturday, you know, I drove my vehicle for somebody in the parade, and I was shocked how many people kept dropping off horses and horses. And I was just like, you know, how many horses are we going to have in this? I mean, like, it was just a massive
There's gonna be
amount.
horses.
And when they register, they don't register for that many, so
Yeah.
it is hard to know until they show up what
Yeah.
you're going to get.
And
Well, that's why you gotta tell them, kind of, give them a max, or,
Well,
Well,
yeah.
that doesn't work very well.
yeah,
Oh,
and you know, I saw people coming the other way, like they were coming the other way from the parade route. You know, they were coming down. You know, I guess they parked and wanted to come back at the end, so they were going down the wrong way for the parade. Did y'all notice that?
Yeah, registration date cutoff doesn't work. A time to show up on Saturday morning does not work. Limiting your number of horses does not work, so.
And it's already stressful with the festival, getting the vendors in and getting everything.
Well, it was more, this down here was more manageable this year because I think it was more organized. We had 5 of our staff down here, 5 park staff, that we could have used at the park because we're struggling up there also. And, you know, Box 100's there. You guys are limited on resources. Our volunteers are limited, so we're kind of stretched to the max that morning. So, yeah, I don't know. It's something for you guys to think about too. Maybe we'll discuss it some more over the course of the next couple of months. And I don't know if that would be a board of mayor and alderman decision, obviously, if we were to decide to, maybe that's something we didn't want to move forward with. You know, we're just putting out feelers since it's fresh in our minds.
Well, I think if you're going to lose the parade and save some money and not have the band during Old Timers, then what do we want to focus on? What do we want to put that money towards? What do we want to do differently? Maybe something more for the kids?
I would like to focus on more activities. We could get a lot more activities for,
Yeah, because I saw the little train. That was super cute. That was super cute. Maybe we spend this next year focusing on something more for all the different age groups of the kids. And because there's a lot of them in the parade, but then after the parade, they're going home, they're in costumes, what have you. Well, let's have something to keep them at the park, something just for them.
Yeah.
And there's another event that we have talked about amongst ourselves, and I see we got a little time left, so it shouldn't take up much. And we have talked about, we've mentioned to other city employees just to kind of get some feedback. There's an event that we would like to try to do. We don't know how soon, but we would like to start planning for that, is maybe maybe partner with a local church and kind of host a worship night or a faith night. Kind of similar to what the Experience Church did in Murfreesboro a couple months ago. They shut down the square, and there was probably every bit of 5,000 people there. I think there's a need here. I think that would be popular. I think it would go over well, and it may be one of our better events. So we haven't really talked to the higher ups and get their feeling on that, but that's something we're kind of looking at.
What time of the year would you think about doing that?
Probably May, somewhere in May maybe. And we're talking about bringing in some artists that would, have some appeal on like Christian radio today.
Yeah.
There's several of them around Nashville. Quite a few of them live here. Some of these bigger churches, bring them in on a regular basis and rotate them. I think we can make those contacts here. I think we may have some people on staff that have some contacts in that industry that could at least get us going in the right direction.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
So, okay, we got something to work on. Sounds great. And you guys, once again, y'all knocked it out of the park. You and the staff, please pass on to them. We still have some saggy eyes.
It's not an easy task to pull off, that's for sure, so you
Well,
guys
and
are-
I told somebody today, if you come into the park and you see something out of place, you're gonna notice it. But if you come into the park and you don't see anything out of place, then that's not gonna be that noticeable to you. And it wasn't very noticeable because I had comments all day today that it was clean. There wasn't a whole lot of trash around, so the staff did well about attending to that. Had many compliments on the staff being courteous, willing to help. And yeah, I think when you don't have to remind people to do that, and that's just their nature to go out and help people without question, yeah, we're fortunate.
It
as a
makes the job
city.
that much easier, that's right, that's right.
Yeah, so, and the rest of the city employees that helped out, I mean, it takes a village to put on an event as big as what Old Timers Festival is, and then along with the other events that we do throughout the year. It does take a village.
Yeah, and we could start naming people, but we'd leave some out, you
Oh,
guys,
yeah.
Boxing
Yeah,
100,
that's-
Junior ROTC, the
Club
list.
Knockout did
Yeah.
the
Knockout, the-
inflatables,
Club.
yeah.
I think
there's-
everything went
Yes.
very well.
It did.
Very well.
And big thank you to the city of LaVergne for the Old Timers Festival, because it is a good event for the city. All right, any other comments from the board? Any other comments? Okay, our next meeting will be Monday, October 17th, 2022 at 6 PM. And it's 6:53, and I adjourn the meeting.
Welcome, everybody. It's the Historic Preservation Advisory Committee meeting, September 19th, 2022. We do have a quorum. I call this meeting to order. First thing, we need to approve the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I motion to approve the minutes.
Got a motion, second?
I'll second.
Everybody say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? We moving into business recap of historic preservation booth at Old Timers Day.
Yeah, we'll turn this over to you guys. I know there was a booth there located under the city tent. Historical preservation memorabilia was picked up from the Parks office on Friday. So yeah, we'll turn that over to Ms. Rhonda if she wants to speak on that.
We had some good response. People that were coming by they loved looking through the old photo albums and things. A lot of people actually said thank you for setting this up because it was good to reminisce through some of those things. People found their old family members and pictures, and it kind of made it exciting for them. I worked a little bit with Donna with the library, and she sent people my way, I sent people her way, so we kind of coordinated on that. A lot of people didn't know that we had a sister city, and I had some of the things out for that, so that brought a lot of interest too. I met with Andy Cheney, Shirley Cheney's son, and he gave me a lot of information to help move forward with the little project that I got going for the street names. So it was pretty interesting.
I stopped by the tent and actually found a picture of my grandfather from 1983.
Did you know that was, were you looking for that? Did you know it was your grandfather? Or?
No, yeah, I knew it was my grandfather as soon as I saw him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, there was no name on the picture, but I
Right.
knew it was him. It was, it was a decent picture of him. But I knew he used to play music at the, the Old Timers Festival and stuff like that.
I'm not sure when, and Dennis, you may know this, like the sister city, when did all that kind of phase out? They got big in the mid-'80s, maybe?
No, what'd you say about phasing out?
You know, at one time they would send people over here, almost like exchange students, and the citizens here in LaVergne would house those for a couple weeks.
Oh, yeah, it kind of phased out. I think it went on into the 90s. It was the kids from France would come over and spend a week, and then LaVergne kids would come over to France a week. I think during Shirley Winfrey and Mike Webb administrations when it phased out. I don't think when Sherry was mayor, I don't recall they doing it then. So it probably phased out around the early 90s.
Was there just interest lost in that, or do you?
Well, yeah, kind of. It kind of just phased out a little bit. They done it for quite a few years. I think they started it in the 70s. I think Jack Moore and A.C. Puckett and Vester Waldron and Hyman Cheney, and Shirley Cheney, had that book, and, they kind of coordinated it, pretty good. All that kind of was really done. Back then I wasn't really involved in the city back then as much, but it was pretty popular. I know when the kids come over here from France, they'd take them to Opryland, and that was kind of an enjoyment, and then they went over France and done things.
Speaking of Miss Cheney, several people asked me if there was a way to buy the book that she wrote. Is that something that there are copies of, or?
The Green Trees book?
Mm-hmm.
I think the library may have some copies. I think we have, we've probably got 5 or 6 at the shop.
If I ain't mistaken, I think Donna said that she had some at the library.
And
Are they for purchase?
Well, I think we could
I
just
think
hand them
so.
out. I don't know if she sells them, or But we've got, I know 5 copies that, we'll give them first come, first serve.
Okay.
Anybody else on the Old Timers Day? I know the weather was super good that day. Usually, if the weather's good, it brings out a good crowd.
Yeah, we were due for a good one.
Yeah.
Struggled the last several years with the weather, hit or miss, so.
Well, I told them if they would move it from the second Saturday, because it always rains on the second Saturday, they'd have a good day. So somebody listened.
Yeah, well, the week of Old Timers Day, we don't look at the weather forecast. We just come in and go
Cross
to
your
work.
fingers and
That's right.
pray.
Yep.
The reason I say that, the Saturday after Labor Day is always a red boiling spring car show. And it always, if it don't rain on Saturday, it rains on Friday night. And I don't know what about the Saturday after Labor Day, it's just a bad deal there. But y'all had beautiful weather. You couldn't ask no better weather.
I'll tell you, those kids loved the hats, cowboy hats and tiaras. Those went over so well. Oh, they went quickly. And then the adults loved the koozie drink holders. They would come and get handfuls of them. I've seen a lot of senior citizens wearing the tiaras as well.
One thing I like to bring up is ask the members, what do y'all want this committee to go? What things y'all want to focus on? And last meeting, something brought up about the streets. It's a lot of history in LaVergne. And, we, over the years, we've tapped into a little bit of it, but it's still a lot of history of LaVergne out there that, especially the newer people that's moved in the last 10, 15 years are not aware of.
A lot of people were sharing information with me as they were looking through. Oh, I remember this, and oh, that house over there, and the church over there, and my parents lived here, and it was interesting. I didn't know a whole lot of things that they were talking about, and they're telling me where this and that and whose family it was. I got a better idea of some of the people who were founding families in LaVergne. And they were all super excited to share, so it was quite interesting.
Yeah, I like the idea of doing the street names and everything like that. I think we should start focusing on, historic places and houses and things like that as well, before some of that's lost.
Several people mentioned the log cabin, wanting to know what we were going to do with it. I said, right now, just protect it and keep it.
Well, I think the log cabin's gone.
Log cabin's gone.
Gone.
Oh, where's it going?
They auctioned it off. Somebody bought it, but it was in pretty bad shape.
Mm.
And we couldn't. Years ago, we tried to get a grant on it, and because we moved it, that messed us up on some grants. It was.
We even talked about making kind of like a history thing out of it, to where you could go in and fix it up and see the history of LaVergne. And
that old house they just tore down on the old Nashville Highway. Now that house is pretty old. That's the old Gamble house. Now I know that house goes back to the 20s. It could go back. I was wanting to be over there when they tore it down, but I wasn't there when they tore it down. I was thinking it might have been when they tore the white wood off of it. It might have been a log house, but looking at the rubble, I didn't see no logs there.
well, I was kind of sad that went too, so I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
I mean, because we've spent a lot of time in there, just with Box 100, with our Christmas parties, with election days. It was just a lot of history in that building.
See, I remember when I was a kid, that house you're talking about that got tore down, back in the mid-'70s, late '70s, it didn't even look like it was livable then. So, it has been rehabbed several times.
Yeah.
So I think you know, if there's something you guys want to look forward to, or you want us to kind of research if we can, you know, we're probably like one generation away from losing all the history we have here.
Yeah.
We are.
Right.
The people I grew up with, if any of their parents are still around, there's only a handful of them left. And then, like my children, they wouldn't care about the history of LaVergne. So you've got that small window there. If you're going to, you know, capitalize on something, now's the time to do it.
But the thing is, then you gotta figure out how you're gonna reserve it, you know?
Right.
Yeah, it can be reserved in the library, but how are you gonna put it on paper or whatever and reserve it for people that do? Because we have kids these days that don't even want our grandmother's dishes. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, and it's kind of sad. But it's kind of like coming up with a way to reserve it. So there is people out there, there's going to be more people that come here, it's going to love LaVergne as much as I do, that wants to know as much as they possibly do about LaVergne. You know, all the way back to the tornadoes and the Trail of Tears, and, you know, how many times this city has been rebuilt because of tornadoes, and, you know, because I think it's what, twice? I think it's like twice it's been rebuilt because of tornadoes. And it's just, I guess it's just scattered out. And just,
Yeah, and I think like you were talking about researching street names, I think in the older sections of LaVergne, you're gonna have that history there, not so much in your newer sections, because in your newer sections, if I'm understanding things right, like there's a new subdivision come up and I wanted a street named David Street, I would submit my name, and then that's there, like.
Sorry.
I grew up on
I got
Aiken
that.
Street, exactly. I grew up on Aiken Street, and my understanding, that was part of the old Aiken Farm. So that history, that, you know, prior to houses built mid-70s and before, on certain streets, I think that's where you're gonna get the majority of your information from.
yeah, I mean, because you got Billy Eller, which you used to own Merchandise Liquidators, and, you know, you got Ricky McCormick, Ronnie Irwin Street. Dennis, you got a street?
No.
Well, dang it. Thought you didn't have a street by now.
No.
It's coming.
It's coming.
LaVergne was changed a lot when Percy Priest Lake came in, and then when I-24 come in. It came in about the same time. They filled Percy Priest Lake up in '68. We lived on the bank of Stones River, and the Corps got our property, and I watched it in '68. It gradually filled up. You know, I could see our old farm and the foundation of the house. In 3 weeks after that, I couldn't see it. The water was over it. Same thing with I-24. A lot of the streets over there was changed. Walden Road was changed when the interstate come in. It used to be Rock Springs Road. They changed it to Walden Road. Blair Road that runs off of Walden Road, that used to be P.B. Nelson Road up until Smyrna, and then when you got in the city of Smyrna, it changed to Blair Road. So a lot of streets was changed and was done away with. Cheney Road used to be Sanford Road, you know, coming off the old National Highway. You know, a lot of the streets was changed or rerouted, same as Percy Priest Lake. But, yeah, I just tap into y'all to see what we need to focus on for the next meeting. You know, what do y'all want? What direction y'all want to go in?
Well, as far as for the streets, the Vestern Waldron's family has offered to give me a lot of information on streets.
Yeah, David, he ought to have a lot of stuff on the streets, but most of your streets, like before 72, the streets was named after wherever the street went. If the street went to Stones River, they named it Stones River. If it went to the Mason Farm, they called it Mason Road. You know, Fergus Road, you know. But then when Lake Forest come in the 90s, you know, they started naming them roads after city employees,
Family
city
members.
board members somebody might have been on the boards that you know, the planning commission, stuff like that.
Like Davis Way was named after Shirley Winfrey's son.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was murdered.
But
the way I understand it.
A lot of people have offered to send me pictures and a lot of information, like Miss Frida, she sent me information about her grandson that died when he was 5 months old. Street was named after him. Lance King. Of course, I knew Rick McCormick for many years, and Ronnie Irwin. So some of those I know from personal experience. Some of them, Andy Chaney said that he would love to sit down with me and add what knowledge he had. So different people. I think the senior citizens would be a good resource to get a lot of that information.
Probably, well, there's not that many, I guess, LaVergne citizens that go down to the center that much. Some of them is mostly Smyrna.
Mm-hmm.
But the ones that do go down there, probably don't remember that much anymore.
I know out there by Carruthers Road, the Davidson County, Williamson County, and Rutherford County line, I think it was moved 2 or 3 times. You know, the boundaries was.
I mean, I even heard we still have some of LaVergne on the other side of the lake. So
Well,
it flood all of what it needed to be flooded, and
used to the Stones River and Hurricane Creek was the border. So you know where Four Corners is, that's Hurricane Creek goes there, and you can still see the Stones River under the lake. You know, it goes to that point. Now, some of the islands out there still could be in Rutherford County. You know, and if it's close to LaVergne, it used to be LaVergne, but you know, back then LaVergne wasn't incorporated. It was the county. You know, before '72. So
that was before my time.
So if y'all can kind of be coming up with some ideas, direction y'all want us to focus on.
There's not many things you can do about history, but, you know, coming up with better things other than just history that we could do to help in some way.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I mean, history is history, but there's only so much you can do.
Well, I know like a lot of historical communities in Davidson County and even in Murfreesboro, they'll, especially the older homes, they do a Christmas open house tour.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be something that we might be to look into, at least what we could do with that, and that would get people into these homes. I know a lot of people love to show off their older homes.
Yeah, and then there are some don't even come knocking unless you call first.
Probably the oldest house that I can think of in LaVergne that's still standing would be Donnie Ferguson's mother's house on down there. I know it predates the Civil War.
Yeah.
A lot of the other houses through there, when the 2 tornadoes come through there, it tore a lot of them down, and then fires got a lot of them. The old, you know, the depot, it was tore down when the co-op come in. That little old building there, right past the underpass there, a little small building. Now that used to be a gas station. I think that goes back to the late 20s. That's pretty old. The old Methodist.
The original part of LaVergne, where did it start? Was it Old Nashville Highway?
The old part of LaVergne was right there by the underpass.
Okay.
And then when when they put the new 4-lane in, everything moved to the 4-lane highway. They had a road a 2-lane road that went from back there where Taco Bell, it went straight to the air base. And that's as far as it went. Used to, before that, you had to go on National Highway Jefferson Pike to go to the air base. They come out and put a road from about where Taco Bell is, and it went all the way to, and it didn't go to Smyrna, it went to the air base. You had to go through the air base and then come back through.
I know whenever we have the air show that I live off of Fergus Road, and people come out that way.
Mm-hmm.
So I know it comes through that direction somehow.
But they, in 1960, it's when they 4-laned Murfreesboro Road from Nashville to Murfreesboro. The reason I remember it so well, I was born in 1960, but my mother's aunt had a restaurant down in Una. I don't know if you know where Una is, but when they 4-laned the Murfreesboro Road and cut it through the rock cliffs, that put her out of business because that took the traffic away. And it was 1960 when they opened it up, because that's when she just about had to close her restaurant up. But before 1960, it was a 2-lane road from probably from the Nashville to Murfreesboro. So if y'all can just kind of write some stuff down, and we present it at the next meeting, we'll have something to work on. One thing I've been aiming to do and is go over to the Corps over there on Stewart's Ferry Pike and go in that building, and they got a lot of photographs, aerial photographs, a lot of photographs of stuff before the lake come in, before they tore it down. I'm gonna try to get over there and get some copies of some of them pictures, because it's a lot of, they got a lot of stuff over there, especially aerial photographs.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one thing I'm gonna try to work on. I say the next meeting will be held March 2nd of 2023 at 7 o'clock. So we got a little time. We got winter time coming up, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, and that's always a difficult time to plan an event. So March will put us about right. So that gives plenty of time to think of the direction we want this committee to go next year. I guess we're down to board member comments. I'll start with you.
I don't have anything to add.
Tony?
I have nothing. Thank you for manning the tent on Saturday.
It was my pleasure. I enjoyed it. I got to see a lot of people. It was a good event. Weather was good. I was at a good location because I got to watch everything. I got to see the big snakes and then get next to them.
They, in the past when we had a booth there, people would always come up and they wasn't bashful about telling you their family or they used to live here. You get a good schooling, they'll tell you what they know. Uh-huh.
Yes, I learned about the Grand Marshal, the family who did the Grand Marshal in their old car for many years, and the Cheneys were full of information.
Mm-hmm.
People love to see the things that showed the process of the library being built. Those were some of the pictures that were in there and what it looked like before. So, yeah, it was fun. I enjoyed it.
Only thing I regret when I was younger, a lot of these older people were still alive, and they was always happy to talk to you. I wished I'd have recorded some of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I still remember a lot of what they say, but, you know, a lot of it I forgot. But there was a lot of good information that we've lost over the last 20 or 30 years. With that being said, I'll adjourn this meeting.
tnwildlife.org is your direct link to the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Log on for the latest information about hunting, fishing, boating, or wildlife watching right here in our state. You can purchase a license to hunt, fish, or register your boat right online. Check it out today at tnwildlife.org. This week on Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll start off with fishing the attractors.
When the water got cold, that's when we started seeing more bass show up.
Next up, Archery 101, the release.
Very smooth trigger on it. It's got double joint. So you flip it open, you're like that, you're ready to shoot.
And we'll talk about the actual hook. We'll talk about the lure you put on the hook.
And the real secrets of wacky and Nico rigging. Then we'll finish off with ground blind tips.
Creates a dark void inside that the deer can't see into. They can't see you.
Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for some outdoor tips, tricks, and behind-the-scenes look at the work being done by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page.
What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal.
We've all heard the old saying, it's fishing, not catching. Well, the Region 2 Fisheries crew has been working for years to improve angler success by creating habitat on our area lakes.
We've been doing this for decades, really. I mean, the agency has. We've been putting out specifically these pipe structure attractors that's the design that we use now. We've been putting those out for, I'd say, maybe 6-7 years. So, we've got a bunch of them out right here. There's probably 75 or so out in this area, 75 attractors. So once you throw your buoy out, you just kind of fan cast to different spots, and once you figure out where they're at, you just keep throwing to that area and just pound it till you keep catching fish.
But you know, the proof is in the pudding. So today, Ted Alferman and Philip Parsley are going to go out and see what they can catch on some of these fish attractors.
I'm using a Bobby Garland baby shad on a 1/32 ounce jig head.
There's always a little guesswork with it. I've got my go-tos, but usually you try to have, if there's multiple people in the boat, you try to get people to use different lures, and whatever they're biting on, that's what I want to be using. There he is right there. Just like it's supposed to happen. It's gonna be close. Oh yeah.
I figured a fish guy could just look at him and tell.
Well, I didn't want. Me and Philip will make estimates in millimeters, because we always measure in millimeters. But I wasn't gonna say nothing. But I knew he was good.
Over the past several years, thousands of fishing structures have been constructed and placed in area lakes. Crews went out and electroshocked on those sites to see how productive these structures are.
We've been doing a research project targeted at determining whether these attractors actually work. We don't want to be putting in fish attractors, spending all the time building them, putting them in if it's not working, if they're not attracting fish for anglers. So we set out a couple of years ago, we started first on Old Hickory, electrofishing these specific attractor sites and comparing it to nearby control sites where we didn't have any habitat visible. And we found that they do in fact work really well, and it's worthwhile doing. What we've been trying to do lately is put in more in a cluster to create more of like look like a tree underwater, just a really tight area with some good interstitial space that the fish can feel like they can hunker down in and hide, and also to ambush prey fish.
So if I see a fish attractor like that and I know I'm going to a fish attractor site, it's not just right there.
That's right. It's not just right there at the buoy. Sometimes you've got to, use your electronics, work around the buoy a little bit, and see where they're specifically at. This is just kind of marking the general area. Usually I'll fish these for about 15 minutes or so, and then we move on to the next one. Just kind of keep hopscotching around until we find the one that they're at. So most of the sites that we have on Old Hickory and Percy Priest, and even on Cheatham Reservoir, are all buoyed. But what we've started doing lately is putting out unmarked sites. And what it does is it makes it so that you don't have as much of the community hole effect. Not everybody knows that it's there, but of course we don't make these secret. We say they're unmarked, but they're not a secret. All the GPS coordinates are on our website. You can go on our website, tnwildlife.org, and you can click on the fishing and boating access link, and they all show up on the online GIS site. So there's no secrets there, but it does give anglers an opportunity to fish several different spots, some that are marked and some that are unmarked. You ask any angler, you read any fishing report, and part of what's in that fishing report is the depth, and the depth matters, certainly. And so on a lake like Percy Priest, where you have a drawdown up to 7 feet in the wintertime, there's certain attractors that come into play at certain times of year as opposed to others, and you also have to pay attention to the thermocline. So below the thermocline is where you have colder, unoxygenated water. In the summertime, when it gets hot, the lake stratifies, and up above the thermocline you've got oxygenated warmer water. So those are all things that fishermen and fish obviously themselves consider whenever they figure out where they want to be. And so we've also got to adapt and have fish attractor locations that are in different depths and different locations, whether that's out on a main lake point or back in a cove, things like that. And we're trying to spread those out in a variety of locations so that anglers at any time of the year or any season, they've got a place where they can go and fish.
And while Ted and Philip are chasing crappie, multiple species use these sites. Look at that. I had to fish, right?
They clearly produce for bass. And what's unique is what we found with our research project is that counter to what you really, what an angler would think, in the wintertime is when we really got the best results with these attractors, anywhere from November to, let's say, the 1st of May. When the water got cold, that's when we started seeing more bass show up on the attractors and more crappie. Now's a great time, and maybe the best time of year, to actually get out here and fish these attractors.
All right, folks, welcome back to our Archery 101 segments. We're here at the Archery Den with Logan White. He's going to walk us through the release for the bow. So there's many types out there, and they've got them all right here at the Archery Den. He's going to show us a couple that he likes and tell us about one that he's not so hot about, but they're a great release. So go ahead.
So, like you said, Jason, there's a couple different releases, different types of releases on the market. The first most common one used by hunters is going to be a wrist release. This particular release is the hardcore. It folds down out of your way. It's got a very smooth trigger on it. It's got a double joint. So you flip it open, you're like that, you're ready to shoot. You got to pull this one back to open it up. Clip it in the loop like that, it'll shut. And as you're drawing it back, just keep your finger behind the trigger. You hit your anchor point, lay on top. When you're ready, just ease over, and then you just ease that trigger back. And this is going to be a trigger release, wrist release.
Similar to a gun.
Similar to a gun, yeah. That's exactly right. Most commonly used, user friendly. It's right there. Put it on. You're good to go. I like this one. It flips down out of your way, so you've been sitting all day or trying to get in your backpack or climbing your ladder or whatever you're doing, this gets out of your way. It doesn't rattle, it doesn't make noise, so it makes life a little bit easier. And then when it's game time, flip it up, and you're ready to go.
Okay.
So that's going to be your wrist release. Many of brands on the market. The second one, the one I personally shoot,
Your favorite?
yep, is a thumb release. This is a B3 exit. It's going to be a beginner level thumb release. This changes everything. So if you know you're going to shoot a thumb release, you want to bring it with you or let us know when we're setting up your bow, because it changes your anchor point, which changes your peep and the angle of your string. But when you go to this is, it's going to be a little bit more advanced. The way you hold these is different. You come to put it on the bow, you open it, you put your loop through, and then you push this one shut, and it's completely shut on your loop. So when you bring it back, you're kind of standing there like this, and as you draw, you twist. Your anchor on the thumb release compared to the wrist release is going to be quite different. A wrist release is going to anchor up here underneath your earlobe, right underneath your earlobe for most people. That's where most people like to anchor. The thumb release, it creates a V in your fingers right here. Okay? So when you take that V, if you can imagine your jawbone right here, the bottom finger of that V is going to go on the bottom of that jaw, and the top finger of that V is going to go above that jawbone right there. And that's going to create your anchor to shoot the thumb release properly. Like I said, it's going to change your anchoring points, which is going to change your peep, where you're hitting, and that kind of thing.
Right.
So once you got it drawn back, you put pressure on the thumb right here, but you don't pull your thumb to shoot it. You rest your thumb and you drive your elbow straight back. And as you're driving back, that's putting more and more pressure of your thumb on here, and that's what makes it shoot.
Okay.
When I started shooting this, Matt talked me into it. He actually tried to talk me into a back tension release. It's going to be really advanced. I can't shoot them. I don't like to shoot them. I may or may not have missed the target trying to shoot them.
Everybody misses every now and again.
Right. So, good thing we were inside. But